I just knew I dropped these on my stroll. Thank you ever so much for retrieving them. When we first began development on the Meso terminal, I drafted these blueprints for its design. If you can believe it, the finished product is the work of yours truly. Well, to be fair, the concept wasn't entirely of my own making. I have Malala folklore to thank for its creation. Malala were refugees from another world. Our ancestors once lived in a sun-kissed paradise by the sea, that is, until those very seas began to freeze and calamity engulfed everything in its path. Under the protection of the Great Speaker, my ancestors were guided to this world, and left in their homeland a towering statue of their savior. The Speaker was a compassionate and selfless soul, sacrificing all she had to save her people, not unlike Queen Svi, no? With the legend of the Speaker as my inspiration, I incorporated Her Majesty's beauteous visage into the top of the terminal, forever at the heart of our city, a flawless idea if I do say so myself. I gave everything, my passion, my time, my love of a country, to see these blueprints given shape. They aren't merely pieces of parchment, they're my life's work, personified. Yet I nearly left them to rot in the arena of valor. I would be laughing this off if I weren't so furious with myself, but that's important. What's important is that you've brought them back, and I owe you a great debt. At this rate, I may never meet Her Majesty face to face. All I can do now, all I wish to do now, is gaze upon her glorious image before I fade away. You have my thanks, stranger. May fortune favor you always. Oh shoot, I'm going the wrong way completely, aren't I? Darn it. saw them. I saw the scorpions. They're closing in on tiny critters as we speak. Those volcanic monstrosities terrify me, but what terrifies me more is knowing what they'll do to their quarry if we don't act swiftly. Worry not, little ones. I'm on my way. Gods, I thought that was the end of me. That took every drop of courage I could muster. Thankfully, the little ones managed to escape without a scratch. I ought to find them and lead them to the entrance before the other scorpions catch us in their sight. I'll meet you back there when all is well. You, my weapon-wielding friend, are a lifesaver. I realize this all escalated rather quickly, but you performed admirably under the pressure. To tell the truth, I have a bit of a history with those scorpions. In my previous life, I was tasked with introducing new and exciting creatures into Matchlock Menagerie, that our guests might know the wonders of the animal kingdom. As one might expect, the prospect of scorpions posed a great risk, and we often argue with the upper management as to whether keeping them would be worth the cost. In the end, however, the menagerie's curator ordered us to take them in. Supposedly, scorpion-based vodka was a popular delicacy in Alexandria before the war. The higher-ups sought to recreate those drinks and share them with the masses by way of a new exhibit. Time passed, and I finally returned as an endless, only to discover the menagerie in shambles. Those thrice-damned scorpions have the run of the place now. I should have argued against the curator's plans when I had the chance. I should never have agreed to that terrible exhibit. No matter how hard I tried to let things go, those pangs of regret never abated. So when I spotted those innocent creatures wandering into the menagerie, I felt obligated to return to save what little I could. Thanks to you, my conscience is clear, and our fuzzy new friends are none the worse for wear. Aww, capybara. Can I have one, please? Did these two originally belong to the menagerie? Perhaps these little ones were seeking out some hot springs. You may be onto something. Some species do love a good soak. If that's the case, they might have lost their way on the road to the Opal Springs. Regardless, I can rest easy in the knowledge that these two will have each other. Even when I'm long gone, I should be able to escort them to safety from here. You have my deepest gratitude, and presumably theirs as well. Cute. Like before, it will be hard, but we must honor Kakiwa's wish. So this is it. Oh, Aaronville. As far as I can tell, we still have some leeway with the Mesa terminal. Meaning you can carry on getting to know the Endless in the last zone. Wind's Path Gardens, it's called, and it's breathtakingly beautiful. That's where your memories are stored, yes? That's right, I left it for last so I could guide you for as long as possible. Very thoughtful of me, yes? He's gonna try to grab his mom's memory somehow. That's what I would do. A great idea just occurred to me. What might that be? I'll save it for after we've arrived on the other side. See you there. Her great ideas are generally less than great. Hey, Aaronville? As much as I want to grant your mother her wish, I also want to respect yours. What if he's not really alive either? What if he's an endless and he doesn't know it? When all's said and done, I want you to be happy. I hope you know this. I know. I know. Kakiwa isn't the only mother, or isn't only his mother, she's his mentor as well. That can only make it harder for him to say goodbye. Let's go. For now, we keep doing what we've been doing, seeking out Endless and learning what's dear to them. Let's not keep Kakiwa waiting. I have faith in Aaronville's inner strength. What could this great idea of Kakiwa's be? It's not... Greetings and welcome to Wind's Path Gardens, the sanctuary of exploration and discovery. The marvels of the natural world await you.
If I could have everyone's attention. I know we have pressing business, but I'd like to say a few words. Before I died, I had 2 wishes. The first was to see who my Eleneshpia would become. I would say that wish has been fulfilled. Indeed, it has. For the boy who once shunned company has returned a somewhat sociable man, surrounded by wonderful friends. As his mother and mentor both, I couldn't be more proud. As for my second wish, that was to see all manner of nature that I had never seen before. I hoped to explore every corner of the world and there find thriving life. But I didn't even get to see all of Tural, did I? Never enough hours in a day, or days in a year, or years in a life.
Kakiwa.
Oh, don't give me that look. Though, admittedly, I did go and spoil the mood. Apologies. What I was so poorly trying to work up to asking was this. I want you to help me fulfill my second wish. I have a good feeling about this place. There is so much here I've never seen before, I just know it.
We'd love to see it with you.
I thought you might say that. Thank you. Windspath Gardens is home to a collection of flora and fauna that once thrived on the continent. Like the rest of living memory, I haven't explored it in earnest. Controlling my vessel demanded all of my attention. But at long last, I'll get to meet the creatures here. Wrap things up with a perfect little adventure. So, shall we?
Absolutely not. We're to grant you your wish, and then what? You leave? You cannot ask that of me.
Oh, Eleneshpia. Please understand. I just wanted to end on a happy note. Not only for myself, but for all of us. Better that than a sad goodbye, surely.
The Sanctuary of Exploration and Discovery. Quite fitting that Kakiwa's memories are here. Let's help Kakiwa make some great memories. How very like Kakiwa to chase her dreams to the last. Then with your consent, let's begin our adventure. Naturally, while we go about this, feel free to continue befriending Endless, and be sure to absorb the delightful scenery. After purchasing refreshments, you're free to sit at one of our tables if you like, or you can simply take it with you if you prefer. I want to buy something. Give me some food. What is that? Pizza? Spirit pizza. The scenery here is nothing short of remarkable. To think that Sveen has managed to preserve it for the endless. What a lovely garden. I thought those things were some sort of enormous tree, but they're actually sculptures. I somehow anticipated this. This particular garden is called Blooms of Discovery. Beautiful, isn't it? It's absolutely stunning. And they are all actual plants? They are indeed. These specimens were brought here hundreds of years ago for conservation, as the calamity had pushed them to the brink of extinction. So this zone is like a great conservatory. Precisely, my dear Kryl. Here you'll find flora and fauna the likes of which no longer exist elsewhere. Doesn't the thought just set your heart aflutter? I suppose. He's so pissed. I expect that some creatures I encountered outside of Tyrol may have cousins in this world. While I am no expert on life and the reflections, it would make for an interesting study to compare them. Now there's an idea. Leave it to my pupil to think up such. Here we have not only a world's-traversing adventurer and a veteran gleaner, but a pair of Sharlayan's finest scholars besides. It's a veritable gathering of inquisitiveness, and I'm thrilled to be part of it. When it comes to inquisitiveness, I reckon I'm a match for both you and Arenville. I can't recall the last time my mother was so excited. Some creatures here do indeed appear to resemble those in Eorzea. Such was the case in the first, too. Kokiwa looks awfully happy, doesn't she? In search of discovery, Kokiwa's eyes sparkle in anticipation of discovery. To begin with, I'd like you to scout out the vicinity and report back with any points of note. This would be a good opportunity to speak with the locals. They're bound to be familiar with the area after all. As Arenville suggested, it would be interesting to compare the creatures here with those native to the source. I never ventured outside of Tyrol, so I look forward to your insights. Just leave it to us. I've only ever been to Sharlayan myself, but I'd like to think I know interesting when I see it. What am I reading, Ray? I don't even want to know what they're talking about. Oh, hello there. What am I doing, you ask? Look up the trunk. See the plants within capsules? These are species that either can't survive in Windspath Gardens or would become invasive and disrupt the ecosystem. The capsules recreate the conditions they require from tropical to frigid climes while keeping them isolated. And this way, any and all plant life can be preserved forever, just like ourselves. This whole game feels like a field trip. You see a creature wandering around that resembles the tree ants native to the 12's wood. The flower garden appears to be meticulously maintained, if not by endless, then by machines. Did I grab the Aetherite? I don't remember. Gotta check. Yep, I did. My ancestors aren't actually Alexandrian, but hail from a place called Conde Petit. They had some unique customs there. For instance, when greeting someone, you had to say "Lally ho" in a spirited manner. Our settlement was also famous for a gigantic tree that grew nearby. It was so enormous that when you stood at its base, the roots covering the ground went beyond the horizon. The terminal here at Windspath Gardens is apparently inspired by that very tree. The Leafa tree, it's the name. It may not be real, but it's nice to have it as a memento for posterity. Do you know that even the water here is created using electrope? The initial product is too pure though, and adjustments have to be made so the composition resembles what's found in the natural environment. That's just one of the many things they do to create the ideal conditions for these plants to thrive. I don't know what's become of the world outside the barrier, but I should like to visit a lovely spot such as this in real life. Speaking of lovely spots, have you been to the top of this lookout here? It's a great vantage point, and there's even a flood stall in case you're hungry. Or a food stall. I am so tired. Flood stall. Whatever. That could be a thing, we don't know. I mean, it's an alternate universe, right? It is pretty, but like, even if you were immortal, wouldn't you get bored after a while? That's basically like the whole plot of The Good Place if you watch that series. They get to heaven and then they just get bored to death. It is pretty though. There was a beast I had never seen before. While the arboretums of Charlian imitate natural environs, this place has the feel of an exhibit. In that sense, the word gardens does suit it well. Yeah, it feels like a botanical garden museum. Ah, welcome back, Nosfe. Kryl has just delivered to me a most fascinating report. You have some engaging impressions to share too, I hope. Well, well, that is all very interesting indeed, but I must say I am most fascinated by the ambulating trees. While there are similar creatures at Urkopacha, could you tell me more about these tree ants as you know them? They're native to the 12's Wood, where they prey upon even wolves. There are various subspecies such as those with red leaves or a gnarled look. They like to hurl acorns at you, exploding ones. Is that so? To maintain the ecosystem here, I imagine there are creatures that serve as their prey. Ooh. The management of ecosystems, that calls to mind labyrinthos, does it not? Yay, a word I can actually say! That it does. Lest you wonder, Labyrinthos is a storage facility deep beneath Charlian that contains a recreation of a temperate climate zone. Such a place exists? Amazing. By the by, did anyone also catch sight of a large scalekin? A large scalekin, you say? What does it look like? Nothing I've seen before, but it has a rodent-like form and walks on all fours. If it looks like a rodent, wouldn't that make it a beastkin? No, it's covered in scales, ones that appear to mimic succulent plants. By that, I would definitely classify it as a scalekin. Well, it's hard to say for certain without seeing it. Why don't you show me? Very well, it was in a flower field earlier and should still be near. Let's head over there then. When we find it, we'll see who's right. The two of you should come along too and lend us your opinions. Go on ahead, Nosfe. I'll let the others know and then join you. These things are so feisty. The outrunners. This is so exciting. Come and help us find the creature. This is the area. The beast didn't give the impression that it moves frequently. You spot a beast resembling the Echivore you encountered in the first. That's the one there. I see. At a glance, it certainly has the look of both Scalekin and Beastkin. Let's examine it more closely, shall we? Tell me your observations. It's covered in plant-like scales. It has deft little paws. It has a pointy snout. That was also the first thing I noticed. I dare say those scales are for hiding in foliage. Having studied it, I believe that the scales upon its back are in fact a unique form of hide. Rather than being shed, it grows with the creature. You may be right. If we consider that along with its other characteristics, such as its face and hands, it's more likely to be a beastkin, like you said. A physical examination would be needed to confirm this beyond doubt, but I'm satisfied simply to have seen it. It seems you alone were familiar with this species. Where did you encounter it? The fairy kingdom of the first? Nosfe has been to the very edge of existence. She has seen life that others could only imagine. Amazing, creation truly holds no end of mysteries. Oh, how I'd love to see them all, the life beyond the bounds of our star, and plain both. Aww. Looks like we're having fun. Ah, hearing about the unknown never fails to rouse me. I felt the same way when Kettenram and Galif treated me to tales of their travels. You've met my grandfather too? Oh, didn't I already mention it? It was when Galif came to Tural to investigate the Golden City. I happened to have business with the Lil Jaja, so we met in Toliolo. Little did I know that the tiny babe he was cradling would return as you. To think that our paths had already crossed all those years ago. Not only yours and mine either. Aaronville was there too, you know. I don't remember. It's quite fine if you don't. Oh. It was actually because Galif told me about Charlian that I later urged Aaronville to take up gleaning. My fussy bun-bum was growing up dour and withdrawn, and it was when I was at my wit's end that I recalled your grandfather's story about gleaners. Seeing the world through their adventures would inspire a change for the better, I believed. I'm sorry I was dour and withdrawn. If you ask me, you still have some work to do, but it's because you're that way that you're with us now, and I, for one, am grateful. They're knocking the guy for being an introvert. That's like me. Well, let's keep moving, shall we? It's okay to be an introvert, people. There's a facility I've been wanting to visit. The Clara Museum of Nature. They're supposed to have creatures that take you on leisure flights. There's just one problem. It seems only 3 people can fly at one time. Then you and Aaronville should go. The rest of us still have plenty of other things we can do here. If there's room for one more, why don't you come with us, Nosfe? Then it's settled. The museum is at the bottom of the ramp that runs west of Le Node Arrow. Come on. At this time, my grandfather was the common thread between us. Do not mind us and just enjoy yourselves. We shall explore a little more and then make our way to the terminal. Oh, I think she said all this time. Whoops. Look after Aaronville for me. It does look the part, this museum. I must say I'm curious what's inside. Hello there. Come to ride the... What? You a pyrus, have you? Those are capybaras, sir. And I shall be... Alright, I will be right back. I gotta get pizza. Okay, I'm back. That is some good pizza. Here it is, the Clara Museum of Nature. The main building is closed due to the aether shortage, but happily they're still offering leisure flights. And these are the fellows that will bear us. How adorable. They don't look capable of flight. Come now. You know better than to judge a creature by its appearance. This will be great. I just know it. Do they have wings? I know one shouldn't judge by appearance, but still. Hello there. Okay, let's... A journey never ending. Kakiwa is ready to take to the sky on Capybara back. Begging your pardon, but this is where you can go on leisure flights, yes? Indeed it is. Bearing you will be our adorable capybaras, who are especially trained by a Tirali friend. Just say the word and we will send you up, up, and away. And there you have it. Shall we then? My guess is that the capybaras themselves cannot fly, but rather their saddles are imbued with levitation magics. It seems I'll have to trust to the theory of ancestral levitational predisposition. In case you're unfamiliar, the theory holds that all life forms have an innate capacity for levitational magics. While said magics generally remain latent, they may manifest in the ability to fly. You ready? Then go ahead and mount up. The capybaras fly a set route, so you need only relax and enjoy the view. I'm gonna mute myself and eat pizza while we ride capybaras into the sky. Oh my god, that's so cute! How exhilarating. I'll be damned, they really do fly. They really do! Hey, the way we're flying in formation, don't we look like migrating birds? Except we're on giant rodents. Speaking of migrating birds, the mallard is where your name comes from. Did I ever tell you that? That I knew, but I learned it from the shamaness, not from you. A migrating bird can fly anywhere it desires, even across oceans to distant continents. And you've done just that, my clever mallard. I'd thank you not to call me that. Oh dear, is it over already? Time really does fly when you have fun. What a joy to see living memory from up high. Ah, that was wonderful, an experience worth saving for the very end. You two enjoyed yourself as well, I trust. It was enjoyable enough, I suppose. From my fussy bun, that's high praise. I'm glad I invited you and Nosfe. Thank you for indulging me. Aww. If I could, I'd go for another 100 rides, but I must settle for one. It's time we were headed to the Aero Terminal. If there are still things you wish to do, you'll want to do them now. When you're ready, make your way along the path yonder. I'll find the others and let them know the same. She's only a facsimile constructed from her memories, I understand this. But when she's right there, as alive and spirited as I've ever known her, how am I supposed to do it? How am I supposed to erase her? Does she even know how it tears me apart? Oh, she knows, bro. She knows. We saw you from below. It looked like you were having fun. It will be hard, but let us send Kokiwa off with a smile. We'll be there for Erenville. It's not fair.
How delightful this has been. Not since my journey with the Dawn Servant have I enjoyed myself. No, I'm selling it short. This was even better. And that's because I was able to share this adventure with my darling boy. Well, this is as far as I can go. As for the rest...
Just stop. You're doing it again. Deciding everything by yourself, and then disappearing.
Eleneshpia, you're my pupil, so you ought to understand. Everything that lives must one day die, and that which has died isn't meant to return. This is the way of nature. Mine is an unnatural existence, and I've suffered it only because I had to unmake this twisted mausoleum. But now that brave souls have appeared to whom I might entrust my mission, I may finally embrace the end. Can't you be happy for me?
How could I be happy?
I was actually quite scared, you see. Scared that I'd be trapped inside the barrier forever and denied the thrill of discovery for all my days. Your coming gave me courage and comfort, Eleneshpia. More than you know. And now here I stand, unburdened and free. In this moment, the happiest of my life.
And those feelings will live on. This is something only you can do.
As you wish, Mother. I'll continue what you began. You were right, of course. Leaving home has broadened my horizons. I've met my friends and found this place. So I bid you leave your dreams with me. And no, I'll go where you couldn't go, and do what you couldn't do. I will.
Look at you. All grown up and dependable. Yet with so much more ahead. A world of experiences await you, each a lesson of its own. You may know failure and burning regret, but these too shall become beacons to guide you. So come what may, hold your head high and carry on with conviction. And wherever your journeys take you, keep me close to your heart, will you? I should like to be there, to see what I haven't seen.
You will be, Mother.
Now, run along. And never forget that you're my pride and joy. I trust you all can handle the rest. Take care, and farewell.
I couldn't have asked for a more fulfilling final hours than these. I'm so happy to have met you, Nosfe, you and everyone. Thank you for the memories. And thank you for watching over my Ellenspiele. Ellenspiele? I can never say his name! Thank you for watching over my Aaronvale. He'll be fine now, I know it. I'm just gonna start calling him Aaron. So much easier. And how come they never say I love you? Like, nobody ever says I love you before they go. Like, it's okay, you can say it. We know you're thinking it anyway. I would. I want to get one good look at her because this is so freaking sad. She's such a cute character. Okay, I can do this. We carry on with their hopes and memories in our hearts. Let's see our task through to the end. No more doubts. I will shut the terminal down. We'll leave this to you, Aaronville. I won't waver, not anymore. If you're ready yourselves, then so am I. Upon shutting down the Arrow Terminal, it will not be possible to restore Windspath Gardens to its present form. Here we go.
That makes all of them.
All that remains is to wait for the meso-terminal to become vulnerable when it's about to initiate fusion. And then we strike.
Please be advised, we are entering the final phase of world bridging. Repeat, we are entering the final phase of world bridging. The ether of all residents will shortly be replenished. Be at ease. No action on your part is required. We thank you for your patience.
Wait, it's already begun?
Let us finish this. No time for tears, just as well. We won't let Kakiwa's hopes be in vain. Not a moment too soon. It's as if she's saying she won't let us do as we please anymore. Through our time here, we've come to know what it is Sphene seeks to protect. But that doesn't change what we have to do. Dawntrail. Wuklamot's gaze is firmly fixed on the meso-terminal. We'll carry out Kakiwa's plan. It's our best chance at stopping Sphene. It will be dangerous, I shouldn't doubt. We are all prepared, I assume. That goes without saying. Come, we head to the meso-terminal. I will do my part too. My parents are watching over us, I'm sure of it, and as is my grandfather. Whatever it takes, we must protect that which we hold dear. No good. It seems we can't simply shut down the meso-terminal like the others. Not surprising in the least. My mother did tell us its defenses are tight. But she also left me a means of circumventing them, a program that will send your souls into the terminal's memory banks. Therein lies a virtual domain generated by Spheen's memories. So we would venture into this domain and then seek out and stop Spheen. If our souls are transferred in their entirety, dying in that domain would be no different from dying outside of it. There is no guarantee of safe return. Nonetheless, that is a risk we must take. We've already come this far, and I'll be damned if I'm going to turn back now. By meeting the Endless, I've gained a better understanding of Spheen and the burden she bears. I want to say a few things to her when we meet again, even if it doesn't make a difference. Whatever happens, we won't let Spheen walk her misguided path any longer. For those we've yet to meet, it's our duty as the living. I'll do all I can to provide support. Mother has instructed me on her program as well as the world within the terminal. I'll also keep an eye on your bodies while you are gone. Should it come to it, though, I won't hesitate to call on our comrades outside. I'm acutely aware of my limits. Upon entering the terminal, we will most certainly meet with fierce resistance from its defenses. Then there is Spheen herself. In order to initiate interdimensional fusion, she said that she intends to erase her own memories. What manner of an entity she will become as a result, none can say. And if she invokes the key and opens portals to other worlds, she would have access to vast amounts of aether to bring to bear against us. We must be prepared for anything. Whatever we encounter won't change our objective, and it won't change what I'll do. Come, my friends, it's time to settle this. Alexandria now accessible. Woohoo! Come back alive, do you hear? Else I can't repay you for everything you've done. Since we've averted the final days, it has been one existential threat after another, and now lives and all reflections hang in the balance. But considering the key and the power it wields, I cannot help but feel a sense of destiny in our being here. Would you not agree, my friend? As much as we've been able to learn, there is still much and more we do not know about the key. What I do know, however, is that interdimensional fusion must be stopped. This is the mission I've inherited from my parents, and I will see it done. A part of me still clings to the hope that we can avoid fighting Spheen, but even if we can't, I want to see her people and their legacy live on. I don't know what awaits at the end of this path, but together we'll walk it all the way.
I won't let you down.
I stand ever ready.
Let's get to it.
To the memories of better days, I bid farewell.
you heard? Princess Fiend is here.
Foreign entity detected. Proceeding with removal.
Now I'll show you.
There!
Try this!
Your smile means all is right with the world.
If I smile, it is because you all smile for me.
Hold on.
There!
Allow me.
still! Allow me.
Initiating security protocol. Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol. Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol. Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol.
This should do it! Initiating level 3 security protocol.
Hold still!
entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol.
This is taking a very big tic-tac toll on me. But, I don't know why this is so difficult. Like, I'm following them, but there's a delay. Always.
Initiating level 3 security protocol.
I think I need to do the thing. You see me following them like as quickly as possible, right? I don't understand it. Happens every time.
Initiating level 3 security protocol. Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol.
It might take about 20,000 times, but I will get past this boss. I promise. I mean, it is the final boss, so it's all good. We got what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bosses.
Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol. Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol.
Something special for you. Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol.
Whoever created this boss can bite me. I hate it.
Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol.
Wait! Ah! Wrong way.
Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol.
Now how do you get... That's such bullshit. That is such bullshit. There's no way to get out of that. There's no way to get out of that. You got 3 spells coming at you at once. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. I'm gonna run out of time on this one, I guarantee it. Like last time I got lucky, I had 12 minutes left, but I don't know about this one.
Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol.
This should do it!
Shit, here we go again. Did I do it? Oh my god. Yay, I did it. Not again. I fucking hate this. Wait, where? Oh, I can't see it. Even with my glasses on, I can't see it. They just kind of leave you to hang and dry, you know what I mean? Like, they don't even try to guide you or go, I'm sorry, friend, they just leave your ass behind. And if I was doing this with real players, I know they'd be so shitty.
Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol.
Maybe I'm overthinking it too much, but the tic-tac-toe thing is terrible.
Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol.
Ah! It's even more frustrating when I do a really good pattern a couple of times and then still get killed.
Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol. Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol. Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol. 3 security protocol.
Try this!
Something special for you.
Try this!
Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol. Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol. 3 security protocol. Entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol.
Allow me. Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol. Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol.
entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol. Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol.
Try this!
Something special for you.
Do it!
Now I'll show you. Hold still.
Foreign entities remain. Initiating level 3 security protocol.
Just the beginning.
Woo, finally.
You are my people, and I will protect you. The painful memories of war I lay to rest.
Foreign entities detected. Proceeding with removal.
Allow me.
Now I'll show you. Try this. Now I'll show you. Try this.
Security breach confirmed. Initiating level 5 security protocol. Security breach confirmed. Initiating level 5 security protocol.
Try this!
Hold on.
This should do it! Fear not. You will all live on. And at the last, my final endless.
Fire detected. Initiate Getty protocol.
Hold still.
They've done it! They've preserved the Queen's... We can't give up! Not until we can put...
Find really quiet. Memory.
Allow me.
Back off!
Initiating level 9. Ready. Activate permanence. Engaging priorities. Attempting removal via incision. Attempting removal via incision. Removal failed. Commencing extermination sequence. Attempting extermination via multiple armaments. Purging via armaments. Acquiring target. Exterminating. Commencing final attack sequence. Attempting annihilation via high-powered energy discharge.
Allow me.
Just the beginning.
This should do it!
Try this. Back off.
Energy accumulation complete. Initiating final attack protocol.
Try this!
Foreign entities remain. Resuming annihilation. Initiating level 9. Ready. Activate permanence. Engaging priorities. Attempting removal via incision. Attempting removal via incision. Removal failed. Commencing extermination sequence. Attempting extermination via multiple armaments. Exterminating. Commencing final attack sequence. Attempting annihilation via high-powered energy discharge. Energy accumulation complete. Initiating final attack protocol. Foreign entities remain. Resuming annihilation. Attempting total annihilation. 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 Foreign entities remain. Resuming annihilation.
Try this!
Initiating level 9. Activate permanence. Engaging priorities. Attempting removal via incision. Attempting removal via incision. Removal failed. Commencing extermination sequence. Attempting extermination via multiple armaments. Purging via armaments. Acquiring target. Exterminating. Commencing
Commencing final attack sequence. Attempting annihilation via high-powered energy discharge. Energy accumulation complete. Initiating final attack protocol.
You're mine!
Try this!
Try this!
Foreign entities remain. Resuming annihilation. Initiating level 9. Activate components. Engaging priorities. Attempting removal via incision. Attempting removal via incision. Removal failed. Commencing extermination sequence. Attempting extermination via multiple armaments. Purging via armaments. Acquiring target. Exterminating. Commencing final attack sequence. Attempting annihilation via high-powered energy discharge.
Try this!
Energy accumulation complete. Initiating final attack protocol.
Try this! You're mine!
Foreign entities remain. Resuming annihilation.
Attempting total annihilation. 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 Foreign entities remain. Resuming annihilation. Attempting total annihilation. Annihilation. Annihilation.
Steen! Steen, listen to me, please!
I'm afraid she's gone.
Synchronization will soon be complete.
Synchronization complete. Data for the Endless Fiend has been overwritten and reconfigured. All shall be well, henceforth and in perpetuity. Forever will I keep and cherish my people. To that end, I have removed the remaining checks upon my authority.
Gods!
Obstructions to the plan will be summarily removed.
Wait! I still haven't said...
Begone from my presence.
Oh, hell no. I don't want to do this alone. Please.
According to Eliminator's battle data, you pose the single greatest threat. As such, you will be erased, here and now.
I am the bearer of the memories of Queen Sphene of Alexandria, and my desire to protect my people transcends all others. If it were you, could you have found another way? With your strength, could you have held fast to that which is dear without sacrifice? Listen to me. There's something that I need to tell you. Is that concern or suspicion? If things should take a turn for the worse... Might I...
I know what I have to do. Oh no, my PS5 is too hot. Wait until the temperature goes down. I can't! Oh my god. I'm shutting you down.
Obstructions to the plan will be summarily removed.
Of course my PS5 overheats right when I'm at the final boss. Why wouldn't it? Wait, I have to add people to this? I don't want to use this with real people. A world free of suffering and loss, this earnest wish made by the young Queen Sphene in her final moments was realized centuries later in the form of living memory. The twisted paradise behind the legend of the Golden City. In order to obtain the Aether needed to sustain the sanctuary's recreated denizens, Sphene has shed her conscience. The memories she had as a living person, to arise as within the Meso Terminal, a terrifying entity possessed of absolute authority. Thus empowered, she now seeks to initiate interdimensional fusion and harvest the life force of people in other worlds, and it falls to you to stop her before untold lives are sacrificed. Okay, I'm gonna turn a fan on and kind of put it on my PS5 for a minute. So I'll be right back. Good morrow to you, my lady. I am the Hebi Doshin, a member of a Far Eastern delegation come to share our tradition of Heaven's Turn with the good people of Eorzea. If there is aught you would know of this year's celebration, you need only ask. Well, where is it located? I don't think it's here, is it? Maybe it's in, what is that place called? Ul'dah? Or Lenosha, I can't tell. Enter the Viper. Assisting this weaver could be the beginning of a whole new adventure. I'll do that class later. I wonder where the painter class is located. I might not get to do the final boss since everybody's doing New Year's stuff. And I can't figure out where to do Heaven's Turn to save my life. Aha! Entertaining quiz for the people of Limsa Laminza, so I'm in the wrong spot twice. Ooh, he's cool looking.
The worlds have been bridged. Be at ease, everyone. Your ether will soon be replenished. I will suffer no interference. Disappear. Greetings and goodbye. Do not be afraid. Death is not the end. We require ether. Deploying drone. Do not be afraid. Death is not the end. I will show you the world beyond. Deploying drone.
Whoa! Oops. I didn't know you could pull through! I know now.
Deploying drone. We require ether. I will show you the world beyond.
How did everybody else not die? I'm not good with this, man. As long as they don't yell at me, I won't cry. I'm embarrassed. Oh, I see.
Do not be afraid. Death is not the end. Deploying drone. Are you still alive? Activating reserve power. Are you still alive? Disengaging safety. Target area delineated. Commencing erasure. System overload. Aborting process. Let us rise above death. Deploying drone. We require ether. Deploying drone. Let us rise above death. Do not be afraid. Death is not the end. Are you still alive? Recommend razor. System overload. An error has occurred. System override or confirmed.
there! A rift in her reality! She's losing control of the power! Svein! Listen to me! I understand! I do! And I know that you won't be swayed from your course! But if there's truly no other way to resolve this, then face me! Not as a machine, but as the real you!
Lamachi?
Spain!
Anomaly detected in memory banks. Data for the endless fiend partially restored.
This is what I desire, and I will not fail. I can't bear to lose them! Not again!
I feel your pain, as if it were my own! At last, I think I know you! All of you!
How can you say that to me now?
It's over, Svein! We will stop you!
No! I won't let you! I can't! I will protect my people's happiness!
Leave your burden with us now! We will bear it in your stead! Svein!
Your voice reached me, Lamachi.
Is it really you?
No, only in part. My memories as a living person are gone. I've been remade from those I had as an endless. However, I cannot remain long, for the meso-terminal will soon cease to function. Once, you wanted to know me, Lamachi. Let my last act be to give an honest accounting. I am, above all, sorry for the suffering I've caused your people and mine. I am ultimately powerless against the inevitable, unable to do aught but visit harm upon the innocent. I am, in the end, a pitiful, selfish creature. One that should never have been created.
You strove to make your people happy. You carry too many gentle memories. You're merely a system created to sustain Alexandria.
Our nations are worlds apart, but they feel so close. Who knows what we could have accomplished had we walked together towards a shared future. And yet, it could never be so. We each had our own to protect.
If only I had met you when I was still alive, then perhaps. But it's no use dwelling upon a miracle that didn't happen. Still, if there's one thing I hope you'll believe, it is this. Brief though it was, I treasured our time together. It pains me to think that its memory will disappear along with me. I know I have no right to ask this of you, but when I'm gone, my people, will you?
We'll take care of them. Don't worry. And we will never forget the Endless. Neither them, nor the time we spent with you. So be free of your burdens, Sphene. And sleep well.
I will. Thank you. Farewell, my beloved Alexandria.
So it was that the meso-terminal fell dark, and the Endless departed for oblivion's embrace. Their resplendent paradise was no more, as the memories sustaining it faded with the golden light. Even so, in a way, they live on. This I felt with conviction, as I basked in the glow of a new dawn. It remains to be seen how interdimensional fusion may have affected other reflections. Kryle's parents spoke of the power's capacity for both good and evil. I cannot help but wonder how Svin's deeds will be remembered by those they touched. The key that started it all was entrusted to the adventurer. Such an artifact certainly lies within the Scion's realm of expertise, and no objection was raised to their retaining it for research. By order of Vao Kona, the Skydeep cenote was placed under the strict watch of the Landsguard. With the mighty Bakujaja among their number, they shall not want for strength, even in Soralja's absence. Upon learning of their queen's passing, the people of Alexandria mourned and wept. Having devoted herself to sparing them sorrow, the sight might well have moved Svin to tears. However, with Wuklamat carrying on her legacy, I have faith that her subjects will know joy once more. As anticipated, the news that young Gululja had succeeded his father as king was greeted with trepidation. Reception was also mixed when Wuklamat came forward to name herself as the boy's guardian. But the people were mollified to learn that Everkeep's systems remained operational, and there would be no impact on their lives.
What about the soul cells? Like, are those still a thing?
One day, when he is older, Gululja will decide for himself what manner of ruler he will be. Till that day and beyond, may the path of the young king be illuminated by the love of family.
You don't miss Eorzea till you see it again. It's so pretty.
Meanwhile, in Tuliolad, the people came together to hail their new Dawn servants' great victory. Having honored those they lost, they turned their attention to a brighter future and celebrated for 3 days and nights.
Aww, the little baby lizards are so cute.
Not everything had been resolved, though. Those who had spent 30 years in the Dome struggled to resume their former lives. This and a host of other challenges remained. But as the new Dawn servants continue to lead with strength and wisdom, the people may be assured that peace will endure.
fool standing here, not a star in the sky to guide me tonight. Ever lost in fear, deep in darkness drown my cries. All this pain inside of me, don't know where it starts or when it'll end. Try to tame the agony as I close my eyes and scream to the wind. Look around and find me standing all alone. Look again, we're standing there. 'Cause the storm is taking everything I know. Being lost, you need it back. Don't know why I thought I'd make it by myself. After all that we've been through. Out of time, I'm running blank and somebody help. There's so much in life I couldn't understand. We're by your side. Standing tall, we'll face tomorrow hand in hand. What it was and yours and mine. We've been messing through the war, but with me. It's our tale of tapestry. Never losing sight of everywhere they led. In nightmares waiting up my ash remain. And winds of rain tells us some ring again. Orange and forest up beyond the place we carries on. We will carry on. So smile and let the rainbow sing. Alive with everything it brings. We walk the never-ending trail. We'll love the wish I'll never pay. Inheritance, a time. Watches on my wings. Seize the day and hold on tight. The sun is rising. Life, take it slow and take a bite. So high on the down we set our sights. Something's rising. Fly overboard, starry-eyed. Oh, yeah. Hold tight, this land we call our home. We fight to never let it go. Oh, far we have not seen the land. Reaching right, we'll rise again once it has passed. Marches right, carry you. What's better than taking
I'm sorry, we haven't been able to talk properly. Oh, between the reconstruction work and Papa's funeral, I've hardly had time to breathe. But at long last, there's a lull in my duties. You've done more for us than we could ever hope to repay. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
When we left the Eorzea behind to take part in the contest, none of us could have predicted what complications would follow. You truly have a knack for finding trouble, my friend. And you wouldn't have it any other way.
So what's next for you? Assuming you're still set on leaving the Gleaner's life behind?
I'm off to fulfill my mother's dream, of course. Like she had intended, I'll embark on a journey in search of the unknown. She's sure to enjoy my stories when we meet again in the ethereal sea.
Well, well, sounds like a plan. But will you have the coin to get by?
I may no longer be a gleaner, but I still have contacts in Sharlayan. Contacts with deep pockets, always eager to pay for information on new or rare species.
You've got it all worked out. And what of you? Any new adventures in the offing? Regardless, until you're ready to leave, you're our guest here in Tulihyolal. And this time, I won't pester you to take up a post. By now, I know you well enough to know you can't stay in one place. No more than you can ignore the plight of those in need. Your path will always lead you elsewhere, and you'll continue walking it. Isn't that so?
An adventurer to the marrow you are. What is it exactly that spurs you on?
My love for the star, all the sights I've yet to see, the legacies I bear. Homecomings are usually uneventful affairs. This time it was anything but for me. But all's well that ends well, and we have you to thank for that. Well, as much as I'd love to keep chatting, I need to get going. Still a heap of things to do, and it wouldn't do to leave it all to Kona. By the way, did Galulja decide to remain in Solution 9? He did. I said that he can consider Tuliyola his home, but he's more comfortable over there. Shale keeps an eye on him for us, but we'll visit him as often as we can. He still needs our support, especially while he's agonizing over his inherited authority. Though I told him he needn't make a decision right away, we can't postpone it forever either. I'll do whatever I can to help Galulja as well as everyone inside the dome. I promised as much to Sphene. For my part, I'll be keeping to Tyrol for a time. Among other things, I'd like to look into the problem with the wildlife in Shaloni. So if you get the urge, Nosfe, let's go on another journey together. There's still plenty of places I would like to show you. Now that sounds like fun. If you ever have need of me, I'll come running. Oh, and before I forget, I also have a gift for you. Can you guess what it is? An alpaca. It comes from Tobli's stable, of course, and it's as sure-footed as they come. Perfect for an adventurer who's always on the move, eh? Here, this is the whistle for calling it. Right, I'll really get going now, but I'm sure we'll meet again soon. Till next time, take care. Fellow citizens of Alexandria, ever since our beloved queen's passing, you have understandably abided in grief. Sorrow darkens your once bright faces. But is this what Her Majesty would have wished to see? No, most assuredly not. You know this to be true. If we are to honor her memory, we must reclaim our smiles. To that end... Uh-oh. Who is this? Who the heck is that? Wrangler-hatted man. That's right, friends. After a long hiatus, I am pleased to announce the grand reopening of the Arcadian. The realm's finest fighters stand ready to entertain you in glorious and thrilling combat. Come and join us, I bid you, and let your cares be forgotten. As skies aflame proclaim night's end, and thoughts unto adventure tend, the brave make haste, and that went by way too fast, and I couldn't read it. You have completed the main scenario quest, Dawntrail. Quests to unlock new content have now become available in Toliolo and Solution 9. Additionally, you may now enter Alexandria with a party of NPCs. Rest well, seeker of the unknown, for many and more adventures await you. Yay! I think. Ooh, he's cool. Hello, mister. What is that? The face of the golden wolf. Oh, he's an aura. A royal invitation. Bolhoruk is eager to hear how you have been getting on. Ah, it's a pleasure as always, Nosfe. Have you been able to relax lately? Wonderful. As busy as you have been with the rite of succession among other things, you deserve an opportunity to experience Toliolo at a more leisurely pace. Sampling the tacos is one of the ways to do so. They are made the traditional way and laden with fillings, and are absolutely sublime. If you have an empty stomach, the owner bleh, will look after you. Brook Evu, I think? The Wandering Minstrel! Hey, buddy. He's so short. My word, is that you, Nosfe? I'm overjoyed that fate would arrange this meeting, though I am not surprised. When I heard tell of your journey with Wuklamat, I had a feeling it would only be a matter of time until we crossed paths. What am I doing in Tyrol, you ask? Why, I'm come in search of unusual and fantastic stories that I may weave into songs, to spin tales that will enchant crowds the world over. and this land has proven to be a treasure trove of folk tales and legends unlike any that can be found across the sea. I have said each and every one to memory, and my head is swimming with new verses. Yet for all the myths newly added to my repertoire, I still yearn for tales of newfound adventure, tales involving parties that yet live, preferably recounted by someone with first-hand experience. And you are just such a woman. Pray share with me everything that happened since you set foot in Tyrol, and I shall set it to song. Every trial you endured during the rite of succession, every blood-curdling moment of your assault upon the levin-shrouded dome, I beg you spare no detail. Your words will lend texture to my melodies and substance to my lyrics. Oh, I have a feeling my most memorable work is soon to come. Of course, I understand you may not have the time at present. I shall be here for a while yet, polishing my prose to a mere sheen. Simply come to me when you have a story to share, and I shall listen in rapt attention. Have you come here to share a heroic yarn with me, Nosfe? Please, do go on. You have my rapt attention. Taligamanda, Zorolja, Queen Eternal, the Cloud of Darkness. Chaotic. I've never heard of that before. So, what have you brought for me today? You did battle with Veligramanda, the Tyrol Vidral of legend, dubbed the Sky Ruin, who ruled the heavens by beak and talon. Many are the legend of this beast among beasts, but I would wager the telling of your battle is more thrilling than the most harrowing tales. By the hands of a devious scoundrel was the seal put in place by Galul Jaja broken, and thus was the living calamity unleashed again upon the world, only to be struck down by Wuklamat and her mighty companion. This glimpse into the events of the rite of succession shall provide me with more than enough inspiration for my next song. Thank you for sharing it with me, Nosfe. By the by, do you know the meaning of the term Tyrol Vidral? In the language of the Mamulja, it means that which clings to the earth, a fitting description for beings powerful enough to claim an entire continent as their territory, and Veligramanda was said to be the most formidable among them. Though you emerged victorious, the fiend was but recently roused from slumber. What do you suppose would have happened had Veligramanda been given sufficient time to regain its strength? Such questions are why we have imaginations, yes, and imagine I shall, the mightiest heroes of Aetherius, matched against the full fury of Veligramanda, a story for the ages. I am never gonna do that. I don't like extremes, man. Unless I find a group that's not gonna yell at me. The last group I had was really nice, though. So, what have you brought for me today? The final moments of the former Dawn Servant's firstborn. His story gives rise to a complex mixture of emotion, and it would be insulting to call it something so trite as an adventurous tale. As the only true son of Galul Jaja, he doubtless felt a heavy burden of responsibility to be deemed worthy of succeeding his father. This weight was likely made all the more stifling by the fact that he had but one head. And so he sought great power to make up for his perceived shortcomings, yet he could never quite live up to the expectations he set for himself, and in his blind pursuit he stepped upon a crooked path. For 30 long years did he keep company with anger in that dome, yet no amount of anguish can justify the countless lives he stole. You know what I believe, Nosfe. I believe the moment Zorolja killed his own father, whose admiration he fought so hard to win, his life lost all meaning. His sins cannot be forgiven, 'tis true, yet his story is a tragic one, and I suspect each of us sees part of ourselves reflected within it. Thank you for sharing it with me. A dark shadow loomed over the rite of succession, and we would do our best not to forget he who cast it. While many will view Zeralja as a murderer and tyrant, reducing him to a mindless villain will blunt the impact of the lessons we can learn from his fate. This is a tale that must be told with great care. The trials and tribulations of Queen Sphene, who was confronted with many difficult decisions as she sought to protect the citizens of her nation, Alexandria. In that realm, people regard souls as merely a resource, and when they die, the aether of their memories is used to create the endless simulacra of the departed that can only be sustained with life force harvested from the living. Being so very different from what we know, such a way of life is difficult for us to accept. Indeed, it seemed only inevitable that you should come into conflict with Sphene. She herself was not among the living, but an entity brought forth to fulfill a certain objective, and therein, I believe, lay the root of this tale's tragedy. Recreated from the noblest of souls though she was helpless to defy the purpose to which she had been bound, protecting the endless no matter the cost. Thus did she continue on her destructive path, though she knew it led only to a dead end. A question, if you may, my friend. Deep in your heart, do you believe that the Sphene whom you met was alive? She was alive in her own way. Though she was many things, she wasn't alive. I'm not sure. She was alive in her own way. So you think that, even with the knowledge that her existence differed from the living, you hold that she was alive. I thank you for your honest answer. I shall take it to heart. For my part, whether or not she was possessed of life, I believe that there existed an individual called Sphene who cared deeply for her people, who heard the voices of her people, felt as they did, and thought only for their welfare. That is why at battle's end she returned as the gentle soul you knew. But here a thought fills me with dread. What if that soul failed to return, and the fearsome entity she had become continued its relentless onslaught? Might it have succeeded in its objective and plundered life force from other realities at the cost of untold destruction? Of such a possibility shall I sing, that we might give thanks for the path we were mercifully spared. By golden light 2 rulers walked, their paths in conflict lying. One bound slay, one sworn to save, they forged ahead untiring. The memories of departed days endure as fate and fetters, for keepers staunch a blessed warmth, oblivion for the breakers. Chaotic Alliance raids pit up to 24 adventurers against a fearsome foe who has been made even more powerful than before. Do I actually have to do it, or can I just unlock it? Ah, that reminds me, some days ago I had the pleasure of meeting your good friend Grahatia. He approached me wondering if he had seen me elsewhere before, and so I told him about my endeavors in verse. Taking an interest in my work, he invited me to join him, where we discussed tales of heroism over tacos and churrasco. 'Twas then that he shared a story that is especially close to his heart. The fellowship of Noah's foray into the Crystal Tower. You played a vital role in it, didn't you not? I don't remember. It's been a while, dude. Together with more than a score of your fellows, you triumphed over numerous formidable foes to secure the structure. How do you recall the experience, pray? As adventurers typically work in small groups, I dare say it felt quite different to be part of a large contingent. It was thrilling. I may have been a little nervous, I maybe peed myself a little, I don't know. I just played it by ear. I'll just say it was thrilling. You truly are fearless, my friend. Now, I can only speak as an observer, but I imagine it must be uniquely satisfying to sally forth as a member of a great collective to accomplish tremendous feats. And to defeat the dreaded cloud of darkness is a tremendous feat indeed. She is a ruler among her kind, occupying the highest rung of the hierarchy of Voidsent. Full oft has she left her mark upon mankind's history, not least of all when she forged a pact with Emperor Zand. And according to records, she employed powerful magics, the likes of which defied mortal comprehension. She did? Didn't she use beams and more beams? It may well be that you saw it may well be that you saw merely one aspect of the cloud of darkness. As I understand it, void-centered changeable beings, their forms dependent on factors such as the Aether at their disposal, another time, and you may have faced a somewhat different foe. 'Tis an intriguing possibility to consider, and it gives me an idea. I shall compose a song about the true cloud of darkness, as I imagine her, for which I shall draw inspiration from your account. Without further ado, when light and dark as one become to oblivion all to cast, a champion dauntless shall arise to cleave them at the last. Into their hands entrusted be the hopes of all mankind, upon the wind eternal borne, a bright and shining sign. The time is come, so go you forth unto the battlefield. The final confrontation looms to test your blade and shield. Very tempting. I kind of want to do it, but I'm going to get yelled at, so maybe not. Though it may pale in comparison to facing the cloud of darkness, it gave me great satisfaction to compose these verses, and should they give you satisfaction as well, then naught would please me more. I understand. You have no tales worth telling. Yet, that is. I know for certain 'tis but a matter of time until you are thrust into the heart of matters most dramatic. Fortunately, the denizens of this city are great lovers of tall tales and thrilling verse. They simply cannot hear enough of your exploits, Nosfe. Thank you for being my ever-dependable muse. Ooh, there's a lot of blue quests around here. Well, if it isn't Nosfe, alone today are you? I see, I see. If you have a hankering for tacos, then they're on the house. Consider it a token of gratitude for your help tracking down those treasures. Go ahead and find a table. I'll bring your meal as soon as it's ready. You still love tacos, I hope? You ate so many when you turned 5. You could barely move afterwards. Remember that? No, not really. That was 30 years ago for me. Right. Sorry. It's still strange for me, too. Just the other day, you were a little boy, clinging to your mother's skirt as you set off for Yasulani, and now you're a man grown with a face full of hair. Even so, I knew you were my son the instant I saw you. We're still family, and you can always rely on me. Relying, that feels like the only thing I'm doing right now, on you and everyone else. I can't even start a fire without assistance at my new job. Back in Alexandria, we had Electrope. If I needed fire, all I had to do was press a button. Everything was at our fingertips. But here, I'm helpless. A culinarian who can't even light the stove. The way the others in the kitchen stared at me. Gods, I've never felt so embarrassed. I'm sorry to hear that. I've been told the tales, but it seems life is really different within the dome. My wife and children, I was thinking I'd have them join me once things had settled, but at this rate... I say you send for them. If they're your family, then they're mine too. I'll do whatever's necessary to make it work. I didn't mean to overhear, but it seems you're having trouble readjusting to life in Toliolo. Val Wuklamat? To aid folk like yourself, we've established a support group at the Wing of Reflection. There you can learn the skills you need to live outside the dome. It isn't easy being back, I know, but I'm hopeful that they can make things easier. That's exactly what I need. I'll definitely seek this group out, and I'll bring my family with me, thank you. Oh, look who it is! I was just about to go and find you, Nosfe. You don't mind the company, I hope. I could use a bite to eat myself. Ah, the tacos here never disappoint. So, what have you been up to lately? I've been exploring Tyrol with my trusty alpaca. I've been catching up on sleep. Okay, the second one is true to real life, but I will go with my trusty alpaca. I've been exploring Tyrol with my trusty alpaca. I'm glad that the spitting devil is serving you well, and you're still enjoying seeing the sights. As for myself, I'm being kept busy with duties at the palace, but whenever I find a moment, I like to walk the streets and talk to the people. That way I can better understand the problems they have and share them with Kona to figure out solutions. I was on one such walk just now, and as I mentioned, I was hoping to find you. Kona and I have something we want to discuss with you as Dawn servants. Do you have time to come to the palace? Great, I'll go on ahead. Please come and join us once you've finished here. I really do want to find out how to become a painter because when Kryle does it, it looks really cute. Oh, you got the Queen Eternal card. That's awesome. Windblown, this whistle emits a snug and steady tone that calls your alpaca to your side. Known as the Pelo Pelo merchant's best friend, the alpaca has long been raised as livestock in the mountainous regions of Tyrol. They are prized for their wool, a staple material in traditional textiles, as well as their sure-footedness, which sees them employed as both pack animals and cavalry mounts. You can take an alpaca to water, but you can't make it drink. Keshkwa. No, Svei, it's good to see you safe. The whole city's been on knife's edge since the attack. Folk need hunters like you and me to deal with the dangers they're facing more than ever. Like you and me, Viper by trade, always helping out with the hunt, she took a bill from the board a few days back. Thing is, it was for a mark in Yasulani and no one's seen her since. that an emote? The blue-garbed Pelu appears to be lost in thought. Maybe meeting with her won't be so easy after all. Mablu said she'd be around here somewhere, though. Whoa, Nosfe the Adventurer? The mighty warrior who traveled the length and breadth of Tyrol, taking in its myriad sights, sounds, and smells, even those within the otherworldly dome? The savvy haggler who helped the Third Promise acquire a saddle worth 10 pel in the thousands column, despite starting with a mere 100? My inner abacus is clacking away. You're the missing piece I've been looking for, the missing piece of my brand new enterprise, that is. Ahem, sorry about that. I got a little carried away. I'm just so happy to finally meet you. I am Liplu, a merchant. Until recently, my business was bedclothes, all woven from the finest alpaca wool. My dear friend Mablu told me all about you. I hear you gave her the nudge she needed to embark upon her journey as a peddler. I can't begin to thank you enough. But I'll get straight to the point. I have a proposal for you today, Nosfe. How would you like to become a special advisor for a trailblazing tourism venture? I call it the Tyrali Travel Agency. Of course, you'll be compensated for your time. You'll also be the first in line for all kinds of treats and trinkets, not to mention a wealth of exciting experiences. You don't have to answer right away, but if any of this has roused your interest, please come and visit me in Okano. We can go over the finer details there. I'll be waiting for you, along with the rest of my associates. It belongs in a museum. This strange man is staring at you intently, perhaps too intently. Nosfe, at last! You've no idea how long I waited here, hoping we might finally meet. There is a matter of utmost importance I simply must have your assistance with. Ah, but introductions are in order. I am Zayana. I am Zayana, professor of archaeology at the studio. I'm only saying Zayana because I have a cousin named Zayana. At the behest of the former head of Reason, I was invited to oversee various archaeological expeditions throughout Tyrol. I heard from a little bird in that you, a most renowned adventurer, had made your way to the continent and could think of no better individual to aid me in uncovering its history. As a matter of fact, I have already made a most fascinating discovery in the wilds of Zakhtyrol. I chartered a balloon to examine a point of interest in Shaloni, you see, and soon discovered ruins which have been unseen for— I'm done with this. I don't care, dude. Just give me the quest. That's a lot of words. Thanks, buddy. Like, sure, Zayana's a girl's name, but he's Zayana now. He doesn't get a choice. An otherworldly encounter. This Hubigo messenger is looking for a well-traveled adventurer. Say, aren't you Nosfe? That certainly saves me a lot of trouble. I was asked to find you on behalf of Malalja. Curious happenings abound in Mamuk of late, and we thought one with your worldly experience may be able to help us make sense of things. If you have the time and inclination to aid us, she awaits you in Mamuk. You'll find her west of the plaza in the large building near the two-headed statue. It's a lot of stuff to do. What's the main quest? Yeah, let's do the main story first. It seems Kona's gone somewhere. Sorry. Mistress Nosfe, it's always an honor. Val Kona has stepped away to attend to a pressing matter, but he should join you within before long. Oh, you're all here too? Val Kona summoned us, though if truth be told, Alphino and I have been seeing him quite regularly of late. He asked us to share our knowledge of Hanish culture, you see, in hopes of further strengthening your alliance. We were, of course, happy to oblige him. Kryl and I were likewise summoned. Otherwise, we've been carrying on with our work, compiling information on the Golden City. My grandfather embarked on his investigation 20 years ago. With our report, we shall finish what he started. Lest you wonder, Thancred and Urianger have left to resume their tour of Tyrol. Ishtola, meanwhile, is back to researching cross-rift travel. She was here just a few days ago to get Kona's permission to investigate living memory. By the way, she mentioned wanting to take a look at the key in your keeping at some point. If the look she had in her eyes was any indication, I suggest you brace yourself for when she comes calling. You're like to be stuck with her for a while. As for Estinian, we know neither where he is nor what he is doing. Some things never change. He's off being hot somewhere. That's a given. Kona! My apologies for the delay. Think nothing of it. We took advantage of the time to catch up. So, what can we do for you? Hopefully present company is enough for whatever it is you need. The matter for which I have summoned you pertains to Alexandria. A state funeral will soon be held in Solution 9 to mourn the passing of Queen Speen. King Galulja and his administration have invited us to attend. While certain issues remain unresolved between our nations, such as the treatment of Yasulani, I see no reason not to attend. For generations, the Alexandrians lived without even the awareness of death. I wouldn't have expected them to have funeral rites still. Apparently, the members of Oblivion unearthed records of ceremonies that were conducted in the Alexandria of old. It was they who put forth the proposal that the Queen be thus honored. Leave it to that lot to think of such things. The people of Alexandria no longer forget the departed. They are being confronted with the idea of death for the first time. I suspect our friends wanted to do something for them. Though Speen was but a I can never say that word. Simulacrum? Though Speen was a simulation, she was nonetheless a pillar for her people. The pain of her passing must run deep. Indeed, a funeral will give Alexandrians the chance to come together to express their grief, that they might overcome it. I wasn't sure at first, but I've decided to go, not only to be there for Galulja, but to put this chapter behind us. That's a good way to look at it. That I requested your presence was none other than to see if you wished to attend the funeral. You knew Speen as well, after all. I think I should go too. Sometimes I wonder if there wasn't another way. That would be inappropriate. Because you consider yourself responsible for her demise, I take it. But that's not a burden you bear alone. Here's my idea. As Val, I'll attend the funeral as representative of Tuliolo. Meanwhile, you can go in a personal capacity and watch over the people as they mourn. I feel the rest of us should go too. Regardless of the reason, the fact remains that we deprived Alexandria of a beloved ruler. It's only right that we remember who Speen was, to her people and to others, so let us stand with you. Then it's decided. Let's head to Solution 9 and look for Galulja in the back room. Crossroads. Though I too would ideally attend the funeral, given the circumstances, I think it's best that Lamati represents us. Besides, I need to be on hand to oversee the city's repairs, which is taking longer than expected. When that work is complete, we will finally look into installing new thrones. But to have Father's throne here still, it makes me feel he is close by. I'm quite happy for it to remain for a while. Okay, before I do that, I kind of want to do the New Year's thing. Heaven's Turn Trivia. The Hebi Bugyo wishes to test your knowledge of Heaven's Turn customs. My, you look ready for all manner of arduous journeys and feats of valor, an adventurer perchance. Pray forgive my idle speculation. I am known as the Hebi Bugyo, and along with my fellow delegates have come to these shores that we might share our Heaven's Turn custom with the fine folk of Eorzea. But our people mark the turning of one year to the next. But how we do so differs in a few key respects. In Eorzea tradition, the 12 choose one of their number to guide the realm throughout the coming year. In the Far East, however, custom dictates we honor one of the 12 noble beasts. This year's totem is none other than the Hebi, although the term snake might be more familiar to Eorzean ears. Where I hail from, this oft-reviled creature represents longevity and regeneration, owing to the miraculous manner in which the Hebi emerges anew, time and time again, after shedding its skin. That many and more may benefit from the noble beast's blessing. My fellow delegates and I have devised what we hope will be an entertaining little event. I present to you the inaugural Slithery Trivia Trial. Participants will wend their way snake-like through the city streets and answer the questions posed by the trivia taskmasters they encounter. Oh boy. You know how much I love trivia. Psych, I don't. I have bid my sisters, the 3 Hebi Yoriki, await their charges at certain locations throughout Limsa Lominsa. As for you, adventurer, I urge you to seek them out and put your knowledge of Far Eastern customs to the test, and rest assured that an auspicious prize is yours for the taking should you succeed. Consider it a means of stocking up on a good fortune before your next foray out into the world. How about it? Have I piqued your interest? This little event of ours is first and foremost about promoting insight and understanding. To that end, should you find yourself stumped during the quiz, simply say so and my sisters will provide a helping hint. If it is a perfect score you seek, you may also wish to speak with the Hebi Doshin and acquire the knowledge you need. The first quizmaster you shall face is the eldest of my youngest sisters, the blue Hebi Yoriki. You'll find her a short distance north of here. Pray, shed your misgivings and venture forth. Good morrow to you, my lady. I am the Hebi Doshin, a member of a Far Eastern delegation come to share our traditions of Heaven's Turn with the good people of Eorzea. If there's aught you would like to know of this year's celebration, you need only ask. I come seeking knowledge. Say no more, pray listen carefully. We Far Easterners are fond of our superstitions, one of which concerns the Hebi, a creature said to bestow great fortune upon all who behold one. But Hebi are as multifarious as they are scaly, and while each species has their merits, white Hebi in particular are revered for their rarity. But there is one serpent that stands, or rather slithers, above the rest, and that is the fabled great white Tsuchinoko, luck giver supreme. Traditionally, the people of Hingashi have used rice cakes to decorate their homes and represent the creatures when praying for its blessings. Alas, in modern times, sightings of the real serpent have all but ceased. Okay, so fruits basket, white snake, rice balls, year of the snake, got it. Oh yeah. Wait, not system, character. The bracing ocean air, the hustle and the bustle, what a marvelous place. I do hope my dear sisters and I get the chance to do some sightseeing. Oh, I keep getting caught up in the charms of this fair city. I have a question for you, Slithery Trivia Trial Contender. Let me see. Ready? As you are no doubt aware, the snake is considered a most auspicious creature in my native Hingashi. But what blessing can one hope to receive from the humble Hebi? Fair fortune, good health, romantic fulfillment. I could do with some help. Fair fortune. Right? Wonderful, simply wonderful. Snakes are indeed said to be bringers of fortune. By the way, there exists one scalekin in particular, known to lavish extra helpings of luck on those who encounter it. The Tsuchinoko, where other serpents are sleek and slender, the Tsuchinoko is broad and bulbous. Alas, you have ever laid eyes upon its decidedly unsnake-like form. Anyhow, that brings my section of the quiz to an end. You'll find my younger sister, the yellow Hebi Ariki, by the drowning wench. Pay her a visit for the next round of the Slithery Trivia Trial. By the Kami, this city is absolutely packed with people. 'Tis enough to send you dizzy. Ah, give me a moment, contender. You're aware that the snake is a symbol of luck, yes? Well, some snakes are luckier than others, and they happen to have one thing in common, their color. Any guesses as to what that might be? White. Very good. White is the correct answer. White snakes are rare mystical creatures, hence the association with good fortune. But when it comes to rarity and mystique, there's one snake that deserves special mention, the elusive great white Tsuchinoko. In times past, people would pray to the lucky serpent in the hope of receiving its blessings. In the past 100 years or so, though, there hasn't been a single recorded sighting of the creature. Its existence is all but a fable these days. Anyway, you have just one question left. Head to the Bismarck to see my little sister, the red Hebi Yariki. Or is it Hebi? I don't know. Ah, what heavenly smells. I must remember to visit the Bismarck and pick up a few tasty treats for my sisters. There you are, contender. I've been waiting for you. I hope you're ready for the last question. I assume you heard all about how far Easterners used to revere the great white Tsuchinoko, yes? I'm guessing my sisters also told you how there's been nary a sighting for over a century now. A crying shame, I tell you. Still, the people of Hingashi, being the resourceful people they are, found a suitable surrogate to pay respects to during Heaven's turn. Any idea as to what they might have turned to? Rice cakes, eggs, a moogle, a nudge in the right direction. Rice cakes. Rice cakes, precisely. To be honest with you, I'm surprised an Eorzean would even have an inkling. Color me impressed. When I say cake, you're probably thinking of something nice and light, but the rice cake we decorate our homes with during Heaven's turn is Hingashi are rock hard. We take one pebbly hard rice cake and stack it on top of another. You have to use your imagination a little, but they're supposed to look like the great white Tsuchinoko itself. Well, that brings us to the end of the Slithery Trivia Trial. Thanks for taking part. We can't forget your prize now, can we? For your efforts, a gift born of the finest, painstaking Hingashi craftsmanship. And it'll be all yours in a matter of moments. Hold on, Blast, I could have sworn we had plenty left. Under normal circumstances, you'd be walking away with an exquisite white Tsuchinoko ornament, positively overflowing with good fortune. But surrounded by all these enticing scents, I completely forgot to restock. My big sister is going to be livid. Oh-ho! Seems there was only one left after all. Phew. Sorry about all that. Anyhow, it's all yours. Oh, and, it's impertinent to even ask, I know, but could I trouble you to tell my sister, the heavy Bugyo, I mean, that I've run out of prizes? I'd happily fetch more myself, but I ought to stay here just in case another trivia challenger shows up. So, can I count on you? Much obliged. May the Kami guide you. Am I to understand that my sister allowed prizes supplies to run out and ask you to report this fact to me in her stead? Clearly my efforts at disciplining her have fallen short of the mark. I must redouble my efforts. Please accept my sincere apology. I shall send someone along forthwith to replenish our stocks. Ah, what have we here? Did you perhaps drop your prize? He's so cute. Mochi! Mochi! By the Kami! Our prizes may be exquisitely crafted, but they are mere ornaments. They do not possess the faculty for speech or locomotion, I can assure you. Which leads me to think, could this be the fabled great white Tsuchinoko of yore, unseen and unheard of for generations? To think I'd lived to see the day. What a wonderfully auspicious occasion this is. He chonky. But I must say, it is passing strange that the great white Tsuchinoko should appear in Eorzea of all places. Perhaps it found its way on board our delegation's vessel before we set sail. Oh. Perhaps you would be willing to take the creature with you on your journey. Of course, for our delegation, the Sacred Serpent's coming is an event of great historical importance. Nevertheless, we cannot discount the notion that the Great White Tsuchinoko chose to appear before you in particular, that you might benefit from its blessings. Besides, it appears quite taken with you. Mochi! It's adorable! Thank you! Before I forget, I should point out that omikuji are available to draw for the rest of the Heaven's Turn season. It might prove to be a delightful distraction ere matters great and small call you to the road once again. Not that you need fear drawing a less than encouraging fortune. Nay, with the great white Tsuchinoko at your side, you are sure to overcome any hardships that come slithering your way. You have my heartfelt thanks for joining in with this humble endeavor of ours. May the hallowed Hebi guide you on the path of fortune till the heavens turn once again. The far eastern Omikujishi is offering his services for the remainder of Heaven's Term festivities this year. Speak with him to see what fortune has in store for you after your rendezvous with the great white Tsuchinoko. Great White Serpent of Squidge. Oh, I guess I have to unlock it first. Delightfully squidgy, and a veritable fountain of good fortune to boot. The great white Tsuchinoko, initially thought to be a mere ornament, the heavy Bugyo, was just as surprised as you were when this squat snake-like creature began to move of its own accord. Revered in the Far East as a serpentine bringer of luck, it must have wriggled on board a ship bound for the shores of Limsa-Lominsa. Oh. I love it! Holy crap, there are still people here. Lindblom, we hardly knew ye. The amiable elder seems starved for company. There I was, beginning to think I was the only one left. Perhaps you would like to join me for a moment or two. This place was once something of an unending dream, but by all appearances the reverie is finally over, and well, to put it simply, I've been desperate to talk with someone. If you feel like stretching your legs, why don't you come and find me by the bridge here in Blossoms of Discovery? Or Blooms of Discovery. I can't read. I can, just not well, without my glasses. So there's still 1, 2, 3, 4 people here. I'm glad you came. I'll get straight to it. How familiar are you with the nation of Lindblum? I know they were once at war with Alexandria. They are famed for manufacturing fearsome weapons, are they not? Precisely. Alexandria fought with its neighbors Lindblum during the storm surge, and it was the latter who produced the dreadful weapon that wrought disaster. To focus on this period of conflict reveals a nation loathed by the people of Alexandria. Yet for much of the nation's shared history, Lindblum was simply a neighbor, albeit one with rather different customs. All this talking has put me in the mood for another wander. Come and find me when you're ready to hear the rest of my ramblings. I want to clear that map first. Let us continue. Now, in many ways, a nation can be viewed as the culmination of technology and culture. I wonder where your interest lies. Technology all the way. I consider myself a woman of culture. I see. Regardless of your affiliations, simply taking an interest in such matters is to be commended. Lindblum was always revered for his technological prowess. After all, this was the nation that revolutionized travel with the invention of the air cab and the airship, designs that combine magic and machine to remarkable effect. Despite such advancements, they held dear to time-honored traditions, among them the hunt. This festival of frenzied violence saw city streets awash with the blood of fiends, intentionally released as sport for brave warriors seeking to prove their skills. A nation on the forefront of technological innovation, yet steeped in the wild vestiges of its past. An interesting duality, I'm sure you'll agree. Lest we get too comfortable standing here, I suggest we make for Leynode Arrow to finish up our discussion. I'm sure you have your reasons for being here, just as I have mine. Despite that, you chose to humor this old woman, and for that you have my thanks. I've had a wonderful time talking with you. You might have gathered by now, but in my past life I taught history. When the time came to retire, I stayed true to my passions and began to study my family's past. As I traced my lineage back through the generations, I made quite a startling discovery. One of my ancestors was originally from Lindblum. She had made her way to Alexandria around the time of the storm surge. The war broke out not long after she married. As far as I could glean from the records, instead of returning to her native land, she remained in Alexandria for the rest of her life. When I discovered my connection to Lindblum, I pledged to learn more of our lifelong foe. Although records were scarce, I dedicated what time I had left to my research, determined that at the very least I would remember the nation's fate. If it's not too much to ask, I'd love to hear your thoughts about everything I've told you. Such a fascinating account. Gods, what I'd give to take part in one of those Lindblum hunts. Another grave reminder of the tragedy of war. You're quite right. If it weren't for the storm surge, my ancestor may have had the option of returning to Lindblum one day. I must apologize. Knowing that this would be my last lecture, I got a little carried away, but I simply had to share this with someone. Little did I know that I'd be blessed with such an enthusiastic student. You're a kind soul indeed. May the time you have left here prove fruitful and fulfilling. I figured there'd be people out celebrating, but my neighborhood's like dead quiet. I don't see anybody outside for New Year's. Kind of weird. Maybe it's too early. You got 30 minutes to go. I know it's not main story, but I really like the people here, so I'm going to do the last 3, I think. And then I'll go back to the main story. Budding botanist. Leaving this place for good. The budding botanist is breathing rather heavily. Hello. I don't think I've seen you before. I'm here to collect all sorts of leaves and flowers, just like my hero. I was looking for plants to add to my collection when a fiend burst out of the bushes and chased me away. I've only just caught my breath. I know it's a lot to ask, but would you mind helping me out? I'm looking for Nephiletta fronds, Irinaris leaves, and some banana leaves. You should be able to find everything nearby. You're back. Did you find everything? Whoa, thank you so much. I'm annoyed I couldn't do it alone, but thanks to you, my living memory plant collection is complete. Have you heard of Nephiletta? People take the fronds and use them to brew a nice warming tea. One of my books says that travelers and merchants used to drink it all the time before the war. Apparently, the second type of leaf I asked you to get, Arenaris, is really, really bitter. I heard they used it in a lot of old Alexandrian dishes. People may have had different tastes back then. And then there's banana leaves. In Tyrol, they use the leaves to wrap different kinds of filling before cooking them. I've never tried it personally, but that's what my hero told me. I suppose I should also tell you a little bit about her. She had the loveliest long ears and used to talk with me all the time in Heritage Found. I remember she once laughed at me for calling her Miss. She said she wasn't as young as I thought. She knew so much about plants and animals, and she'd tell me all kinds of amazing stories about her travels. And I still remember what she said to me. Discovering new species is my life's work. I heard that and decided I'd make it my life's work too, but when I told her I wanted to go on an adventure, she said to wait until I was older and wiser and ready to stand on my own 2 feet. Well, after that I got sick, and in the end, I guess I wasn't being realistic. I was so obsessed with the idea of collecting new plants and finding all sorts of amazing trees that I forgot about my health. I've always been frail, you see. I wanted to visit Clara, too. You know, the place they named this museum after. I read that the town is built on top of a giant tree protected by swirling sandstorms. Apparently, it's on the same continent as Alexandria. Speaking of giant trees, have you ever seen any? During my time in the Black Shroud, I saw a truly towering specimen called the Guardian Tree. The Raktika Great Wood is filled with the biggest trees you could ever imagine. Whoa, I've never heard about that place. You must be a traveler, just like my hero. I'd given up on my idea of going on a big adventure, but after hearing your story, I can't bear the thought of not living out my dream. Just you wait. One day I'll see the world and all it has to offer. After all, there's so much more out there than my books could ever tell me. Oh. Brotherly bonds know no barrier. The clever youngling is looking for someone. Ah, I recognize you from the founding celebration. If I'm not the only one who got left behind, then maybe, just maybe, he's still... I'm looking for my brother. You see, the two of us were hardly ever apart, which is why I'm starting to think I'll be stuck here until we're reunited. But with Yesterland like this, I'm worried about overlooking something. Would you mind coming with me? If you're able to help, just say the word. You'll help me look for him. Yay, thank you. I've already checked near the air cab station, so let's head for the Bergmar Ring. The where now? The what? The who? The Bergmar Ring. Ugh, it's not showing me where to go. Okay, yeah, there it is. What the hell is that? Sally the Sweeper? Well, that's new. I don't like her. Oh my god. Damn, Sally, what's your deal? Did not see that coming. Oh my god, he's with me. Hey, little feller. I hope we can find him. Well, now we're on the wrong side of everything. So... that's a bummer. Oh my god, that scared me. The Bergmar Ring was great. It was so much fun to ride and beautiful too, especially when it was all lit up. Seeing it always used to make me happy. Some of the naughty kids used to have competitions to see how far they could launch their shoes while they were riding it. Once, someone accidentally sent their shoe flying right into Otis while he was on patrol. You should have seen the look on their faces. It's strange seeing this place so empty now. No sign of my brother either. We should take a look near the Esperance wheels next. I remember a game some of us used to play here. 2 people would split up and ride on opposite wheels. Then when the cabins got close enough, we'd reach out and try to link hands. It was quite the stretch, and you had to do all that while the cabins were moving. It's a miracle none of us got hurt. Apparently, any pair that pulled it off would share an unbreakable bond. I was always a bit skeptical, though. Still, part of me wishes I'd given it a try with my brother. Speaking of, there's no sign of him here either. I mean, there's no sign of anyone. I thought he might have wandered this way to get a glimpse of the wheels up close, but I should have known better. No doubt he'd rather be tinkering with the ceruleum engine than taking in the sights. Wait, are you from Tuliolo? You have ceruleum in Alexandria as well? What? Don't tell me you're from Tuliolo too. I could have sworn I saw someone just like you when I was getting on the train that day. Does that mean people found a way of getting through the barrier after I died? Come to think of it, there was another familiar face during the performance at the castle. That was Val Wuk-Lamat. I wonder why I didn't realize it at the time. Sorry, this is a lot to take in. If you have news of the outside world, pray tell me all you know. I see. Ever since we were children, my brother and I have always been inseparable. When Dawn's servant Kona first brought ceruleum to Tyrol, we both marveled at its potential, and together helped develop the dirigible technology that our society came to rely on. So too were we charmed by the railroads of Shaoloni, but on that fateful day we parted ways. Since then I've only known the confines of the dome. When Val Wuk-Lamat took to the stage with you, she appeared much as she did the day of the Ascension ceremony, and as a living person no less. Might I ask how Tuliolo fares? The people are still getting used to their new Dawn servants. Hardly any time has passed beyond the barrier. The day I boarded the train, my brother decided to stay behind in Shaoloni to inspect the facilities nearby. If the world outside the dome is much the same as it was then, I can only assume he is alive and well. If that's the case, I suppose this search of mine was rather futile. But if he's out there, living his life to the fullest, nothing in the world could bring me more joy. The years we spent together were some of the happiest of my life. Not a moment went by that I didn't wish to return to those halcyon days. That isn't to say the life I've built here hasn't been worthwhile. I drew strength from those who met the same fate in Yassulani that day, and learned much and more from the engineers I became acquainted with. It took time, but I finally see that this period of my life was just as joyful, just as fulfilling. Were it not for the news you shared, I may never have come to this realization. Thank you. In the end, perhaps all I needed was an assurance that my dear brother is alive and well. I wonder if he's not Shinza's brother. There's only a few minutes left to this last year. I hope 2025 is like way better. It was a good year though. The canals of history. Unreturned books are a nightmare for any lending library. Welcome to the medical collection. Forgive me for being so forthright, but I suppose I could ask you a small favor? The facility's medical history text, blah, 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 blah. Alright, I'm not really keen on this one. I'm just gonna get through it. Really? Come on, you stupid birds. Got him. You heading to the back room? Yes, indeedy. Got 5 minutes to the new year. You ever heard of the Regina Consortium? I absolutely can't stand that lot. Let me tell you. That's why I give the Nexus Arcade a wide berth. Even the residential district's too close for me liking, so I just crash here. Ah, you came for the funeral. Of course. I'm the only one who will officially take part, though. The others will watch over the proceedings. So, have you been? It's been a while since my last visit. I'm good. Shale is always teaching me new things. Recently, I've learned about Everkeep's systems and the mechanical soldiers. It's knowledge I'll need to use my authority properly. Studious as always, I see. By way of treat, I've brought you something chocolate. It's a kind of cake. I think you'll like it. Thank you, Lamachi, and thank you for coming. I've never been to a funeral before, so I feel less nervous having you here. Out of curiosity, what's the custom in Alexandria? In our world, it's common to offer flowers to the departed. It's much the same here, according to the records. Flowers will be distributed to all attendees. Considering that all the worlds used to be one, the practice of offering flowers may well share the same ancient origin. Fascinating, wouldn't you say? Galulja wishes to go and collect his flowers for the funeral. The flowers are being handed out at Praxis Park. I'm thinking of heading over there now. We'll join you. There's a man I would like to speak with, Gosan. He was apparently Svein's aide and the one who sent us the invitation. Come on, let's go. Why, I'm Val Wuklamat of Tuliolo. Thank you for extending us an invitation to Queen Svein's funeral. We are honored, truly. I had seen you before from a distance, but never had the pleasure. I am Gosan, former chief aide to the Queen. Since her passing, I have been responsible for administering affairs of state. Can we get our flowers here? Yes, Your Majesty, the flowers are being handed out at the counter yonder, alongside the regulators. What? We need to wear regulators for the funeral? Rest assured, they're not a requirement. We're aware your people do not use them. You see, people in the Alexandria of old wore tokens of mourning upon their persons when attending funerals. As such tokens were black, it was suggested that we might wear regulators painted the same color. We've yet to produce enough for everyone, but we're distributing them as we are able. I see. Yet, regulator or no, the important thing is that we remember Queen Sphene, remember her and her kindness as you make an offering of your flower. I will. The proceedings will soon begin in the plaza. Please take your place once you have your flower. Aww.
Although we are gathered here for the same reason, we hail from different lands. Some were born and raised in the Alexandria of old, while others came to us from Tuliolal. It was from this union of diverse peoples that a new Alexandria was born. The only home that our younger generation knows. How did we overcome the barriers between us? What moved us to join hands in common purpose beneath crackling skies? You know the answer. We survived. We thrived because Queen Sphene brought us together. Inspired and encouraged by her boundless kindness, we strove to be better, for ourselves as well as those around us. And in Her Majesty's absence, there is a sadness beyond words. Yet we must. We will remember her. Remember all the good that she has done for us. So let us pray, as the people of the Old Kingdom once did, for the peaceful repose of the departed. And let us keep our beloved Queen forever in our hearts, that her memory might guide us unto the morrow. Would that I could find solace in my own words.
Was Queen Sphene taken to the cloud?
She must have been. To still remember her is strange, isn't it, darling?
I miss her. She would always cheer me up when I was down. But even though I remember her, I'll never see her again. That doesn't make sense.
It seems that's what it means to die, I'm afraid.
But what will happen to us? Are we just going to be sad forever?
What will happen indeed? Everything that we have, we owe to Queen Sphene. How are we to go on without her?
I still remember Her Majesty so clearly. If only I didn't, I might feel better about the future of our realm.
Perhaps we should also consider moving to Tuliolo. The journey won't be easy, but it'd be better than staying here in uncertainty.
In times like these, I take comfort in the beliefs of a Turali people called the Yokui. To them, death isn't the end. So long as we're remembered, we never truly die. It could be the same for Queen Sphene, you know? If you keep her alive in your hearts, she'll always be with you.
But we still won't be able to see her, right? I don't want to think about that. I wish I could just forget instead of having to feel like this.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to impose. Please, mourn your queen however you see fit. As expected, they struggle to come to terms with their loss. I hope they can find a way to move forward.
It's not only grief that weighs on them, but worry for the future. Bereft of their queen, how will they proceed?
True. But with that at least, we're not powerless to help. What is it, Guloja?
I was wondering, is it better to remember or forget someone when they're dead? I remember my father, and every time I think of him, it hurts. It's the same with Queen Sphene. Knowing that she's gone makes me feel sad. But it's different with my mother. I never knew her, so I don't feel as bad. I want to remember my father, but maybe I'd be better off forgetting him.
Guloja.
Why don't we continue this somewhere else?
That's a depressing way to ring in the new year. This seems a good place to continue our conversation. simply leaving Alexandria won't solve all their problems, I fear. The problem runs deeper than that. I hope the altar can provide comfort to those who need it. Seeing that child reminded me of myself, of how hard it was for me to accept that grandfather was gone. But that sadness is what gave me the strength to come this far, and I would never choose to forget it, never. Hey, Galilja, do you really know nothing at all about your mother? Shale searched the system for information on residents, with the only Mamulja she found listed were my father and me. Even if she died, she was erased from people's memories. She should have been there, but she wasn't. Well, that you're here means she was here too, inside the dome. There can't be any other way about it. Perhaps we should try looking again. Do you want to know your mother? I think so. Even if it makes me feel sad, I want to know her. So I want to try looking again, and if I don't find anything this time, I'll give up. I see. Well, if that's what you want. Then I'll help you. I'd like to help as well, and I believe I speak for the others too. But I can't bother you with this. You already came for the funeral. We came here not only for the funeral, but to see whether all is well in Alexandria. We're not about to leave just yet. Besides, in seeking to learn about your mother, we're bound to learn about your father as well. By retracing the steps of this man who kept his own counsel, we may gain knowledge that can serve the people of Alexandria. All right, thank you, everyone. We might learn more about my father, too. I hadn't thought of that. In search of the past, Garahatia has an idea on how you may proceed with your investigation. Assuming neither memories nor records of Galulja's mother remain, we must cast as wide a net as possible. I suggest we split into groups. Nosfe, if you could make inquiries outside and the outskirts, the rest of us will do the same in Solution 9. Good evening to you. Anything I can help you with? Mapikwe, yes, I know her well. She's something of a hero around these parts, her guardian angel. She just arrived when the tremor struck. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, why are they hiding behind a pole? Sorry, but I've never heard of a Mamulja woman living in these parts, much less one connected to Zerolja. You might have better luck talking to the people over at Tanawatan settlement to the north of Everkeep. It's a place called Yaya. The resilient son won their loyalty when he saved them from some crisis or another, or so the story goes. If I remember correctly, their chief's name was Kanaloka. Your exchange with the middle-aged man has taught you about Zeralja's devoted. Keep forgetting I can fly everywhere now. But where am I flying to? That is the question. A Mamolja woman? Their people have never been a common sight around here. Why, the last time I saw one would have been before the dome came down over our heads. She was among an entourage of Landsguard that was dispatched here. I assume they all returned to Tuliolo after their mission. But if any remained, I suppose they could have been trapped in here with the rest of us. So there was a Mamolja woman. Very interesting. Okay, I'm confused as to where this last person is. I really hope this isn't a glitch, because it's kind of pissing me off a little bit. Like, where you at? I don't get it. Where the frick? You're looking for a Mamulja woman? Oh, Golulja's mother. I can help you there, I'm afraid. I only know a little about Zerolja, and then only what my father told me. He said that before the dome cut us off from the outside world, the Tural Vidral had appeared and was terrorizing the region. In response, Zerolja assembled a party of warriors, and with them confronted and felled the beast. It was interesting to hear of the king's feat in the past. Your exchange with the fresh-faced Tonawata has taught you about a battle with the Tural Vidral. Golulja has told me all. We previously tried to track down records of his mother, but came up empty-handed. With everyone's help, hopefully we can get somewhere this time. Ah, so you spoke with quite a few different people as well. Let's combine all our findings and see what conclusions we might draw. So Zerolja brought a retinue of Landsguard to Yassilani, among whom was a female Mamulja. His mission was to rid the region of Tural Vidral, and I believe it's safe to say that that was the crisis he resolved. If some of his troops stuck around for a time, perhaps to assist the villagers with recovery efforts, then they could have indeed gotten trapped in the dome. We also heard stories about the settlement. People lived there until nearly a decade ago, and Zerolja made regular visits. If he required secrecy, a location home to his most loyal followers would be ideal, and if this Mamulja woman had remained there, they would have had occasions to come in contact. I see, but what could Zerolja have been doing in that village? I think we can answer that question. In order to retrace Zerolja's steps, Raha and I spoke with a researcher who worked in orogenics. He said that approximately 20 years ago, a number of his colleagues were transferred to a research facility outside Everkeep per the king's direct order. This is the first I've heard of such a facility. Only Vanguard was believed to have been under the king's jurisdiction. It was apparently being used to develop a new kind of weapon, but I'm afraid that was all we could learn. It's plenty to go on. Even if the work there was classified, any materials and equipment needed would be manufactured within Everkeep. So if you look into transportation records, There it is. The routes are full of detours and attempts at obfuscation, but large deliveries were being made there, far too large for a mere village. There hasn't been any activity for years, though. It's likely the facility has been decommissioned. Do you think that's where my mother was? We can't say for certain just yet, but I reckon there's a good chance. This is amazing. Even though no one remembers her, you managed to figure all of this out. Each piece of the puzzle may reveal little on its own, but when we put several together, a picture begins to form. And even should memories fade, footprints remain to mark the path of those who walked before. A lesson I learned in another life. So we'll be investigating this secret facility. And this time, I want you to come along, Galoja. Aww. It's on the other side of the lake. To get there, you'll need to take a hover cargo from the Drift Downs. Alright, thank you, Shale. So the hover cargo will take us across the lake. I've never been over there before. It's still inside the dome, so I don't expect it to be different from here. We'll likely encounter dangerous beasts, so the rest of us will go first. You follow when it's safe to do so, alright? Alright, be careful, everyone. Okay, I'm gonna end it for the night. Happy New Year, everybody. Thanks to anybody that might have tuned in. Very mucho appreciated.